All right. Tell me we're in live. Okay. Dude, feel free to start us off. Hell yeah. I'm Psyker, as always, joined by Multi. I won't be commentating this one, but as usual, we are the organizers, and we're here to bring you this time a 2v2 tournament. We don't host these very often, and I'm very excited to share this with all of you because it's frankly just such an interesting metagame, just such just so different from the 1v1 battles that we are used to. So without further ado, we are gonna get in it. The first team up is gonna be myself and Dango, Team Ultra Rumble versus Barlos and Zeno Mesa on Team Padawan. Let's get this going.
We have a good set of teams here today. I'll
so
just be sure to beat myself.
Let's get the coin flip started. Let's Zeno and Barlos are gonna choose heads or tails, and we're gonna do a flip. And the map rules for this tournament, for this kind of tournament, are very different, of course. All right, they're choosing heads. We're going with tails. Then let's do the coin flip. It flipped heads. All right, so as per the map rules, the coin flip winners will strike one stage category. Let's see what Team Padawan will choose.
We'll be sure to drop the bracket in the chat, but for those that are curious, Team Ultra Rumble consists of Psyker and Dango, and Team Padawan consists of, Barlos and Zenomasa.
Okay. Team Padawan is striking small stages. Small stages cannot be chosen. We are gonna be striking two categories as well. All right. Just convening with my buddy Dango. Yeah. All right. Team Ultra Rumble will be striking far spawns and floorless stages. And now, flip winners will choose one remaining category and a stage. Let's see, one player. They are deciding which stage are we going to be playing on. We're gonna be playing Hell, a large stage. Let's get this going. Moti is gonna deafen himself now, and you are gonna be listening to his commentary. We're not gonna be listening to a single thing. Let's get this show on the road.
We are set. If anyone at home is a little bit confused by the little communications we've had between the teams, don't worry. All that amounts to is the map that the contestants will be agreeing to going into this first match of the set. We had very few rules or very few, banned sets, banned things going into this tournament. We had a pretty lax thing overall, but we had a few particularly characters. Notably, and very recently, we removed the use of body change in this tournament as a result of a odd glitch where sometimes when you use it, it would cause invulnerability indefinitely. Very strange. But not in this tournament in any case. Nothing we'll have to worry about as we go into this first round of the tournament. We are following from Psyker's point of view right now, from the point of view of Team Ultra Rumble as we start off. Okay, it looks like we're seeing here a match between Psyker's Piccolo and Zenomasa's Tien. It's always very interesting. It's very much a different kind of strategy in these 2v2 tournaments, or in these 2v2 matches, than what you'd usually be seeing in a regular old 1v1. Already we're seeing a switch in targets between both contestants. Psyker now going to try his luck against Barlos's Blue Gogeta. And each time, you know, the contestants are pretty much freely able to lock off their opponent, go on to the other one, pester them in order to protect their teammate. They just have to be careful, particularly of Super Souls that others may have that could impact that. In the distance, we can see Dango pestering with some bending Kamehamehas, able to get some extremely good damage on both contestants. So far, Psyker's taken a lot of damage on his team, but it seems to be working out pretty well in their favor. Dango's holding on to a lot of health at the moment. Oh, Psyker gets hit near death, and indeed is knocked out. Will Dango be able to get a revive off on him? At this point, he's dealing with a very ferocious 2v1 here, not able to find a moment to breathe. Oh, I believe Dango's using the Super After Image in order to try and just barely stay in it long enough in order to get some kind of movement off, but alas and alack. That's, I believe, the first point of this set going to Team Padawan. I'll keep an eye on my phone or on my Discord in order to make sure that I can tell what these guys are communicating. Alright, Psyker has banned the use of large stages. We're waiting to hear back from them to see what they ban as well. I'll try and keep track on chat as best as I can. Let's start deliberating. And of course, the distinction between small maps, large maps, etc., is all according to a particular set of an image that we actually made on the server in order to help the contestants understand the rules. They will be able to study them and see, what's available on the ban list for small, large stages, etc. We're waiting to hear back from Team Padawan on their add-on to the banned list. But for the moment, I can show y'all what this is looking like when it comes to the ban list. So right here, y'all are able to see, what are the categories and maps we have on this stage and on the tournament listing today. And yeah, we have a small, which is only inhabited by World Tournament, medium, large, far, spawns, and floorless. We have heard back from the contestants. It looks like they are banning small stages. Alright. Hope you can forgive us. We were having some troubles with Discord messages going through. But soon enough, we will be able to get underway with the next point of this round. I believe there's still one more map choice that is going to be decided amongst these guys. Yeah, very strange. It seemed like Discord messages weren't coming through, which is a necessary form of communication between the contestants and the tournament staff, so that everyone's able to be on the same page of what to expect and want going into this. Because incorrect map choices or map choices that go against what was decided, we don't like. But anyway, Psyker comes back, and it looks like Team Ultra Rumble will be adding one more ban. Oh no, they are choosing mountains. Okay. Another element that I believe makes this tournament a lot more fluid is that you really are able to bring in whatever you need, as long as it's not DBS Broly, DBZ Broly, Final Form, Cooler, Hit, as well as any mentor that has access to Taunt, or any mentor with Taunt or Super Guard equipped, not to mention a few Super Soul bands. But the gist of it is, if it's a mentor set, you know, you can bring it in, just make sure you don't do anything like leave the lobby in order to change it in the middle of your set. That's not okay. But yeah, these guys are all in. They're still doing what they're doing. We are underway with this next point of the set. It looks like we are starting off with the Barlos and Psyker's perspective, fighting up against each other. Topo versus Blue Gogeta. Now I'm pretty frightened for Barlos' sake here. Psyker is able to put on some incredible damage with, Topo. And not to mention, he also has access to regular key stun immunity. However, that also comes with increased damage taken as part of a Super Soul. But so far, things are working out very nicely for either of these guys at the moment. So far, the health seems to be leaning more in Barlos' favor. Particularly, his team is enjoying some very nice health. Ooh, I believe that was a lock-on to Dango's Pycon. Yep, it happens again with the activation of his Super Soul. It makes Barlos a little bit shaken, and it gives Psyker the opportunity to hit out a very damaging command grab. Ooh, but Barlos just ready to answer now. Okay, if you want to, make it a little bit hard for me to tell where I'm going, then alright, let's do some Burst Dash Godfists. Absolutely. Barlos tries to help out his team member. Ooh, gets hit. We have a Limit Burst coming out from Zenomasa. It affects both contestants. Ooh, Dango hits a very nice perfect block there. It came in at a pretty good time, since it allows Dango to have the opportunity to self-break if he'd like. But at the moment, he doesn't seem to be going for that. The Health Burst seems to be doing a very good job of keeping Dango and Psyker from getting stunned, but that came at the cost of having very little, absolutely no health regeneration at all. Meanwhile, Barlos and Zenomasa got to enjoy at least a little bit of health regeneration. Definitely enough to give them a slight lead as we go into this. However, Zenomasa is knocked out. And now it's going to be this 2v1 between Barlos and these two contestants, Dango and Psyker of Team Ultra Rumble. With a stylish team attack, Team Ultra Rumble evens up the set. And we are now 1-1 in this best of 3. Quite the exciting match so far, and it really goes to show a lot of the different things that can happen as you go into this 2v2 tournament. The strategies you can shake up between each contestant, each team, is something to see. I suppose Barlos is just as surprised as we are. It appears that the lobby has been busted up. But no matter, we'll be able to get back in as soon as Psyker or one of the team contestants remakes the lobby, gets people in. Just an unfortunate side effect of having to go into these lobbies where it's necessary to have, you know, all of these players in the same place. Could cause troubles. But it's okay for now. We are waiting on the contestants to receive their invites back into the lobby. It has to be done in a certain order, you know, so that both guys are in the correct teams. But yeah, so far, it's been a pretty interesting set. I was very excited to see the Pycon coming out, because I know his Super Soul periodically causes automated lock-ons for other people. Very disruptive in a 2v2 setting, and definitely allows for a very nice, you know, it allows for your teammate to take advantage in a very nice way. I'm hearing from contestant Dango that Psyker's possibly having net trouble, and in fact, that's probably likely. Well, okay. As of right now, we are 1-1 in this set. I'm going to update the brackets real quick, and if Psyker's not back by then I'll consider moving on to another team to see about their set. Alright, Psyker is back. Alright. It looks like Psyker is back, at least on Discord. Checking on to the game. Yes, indeed, Psyker's back on Xenoverse. Alright, then we'll have a, we'll be able to get back into the set very shortly. Apologize for the wait. Alright, now we'll be able to start the map choosing process. And it looks like these map banning rules are cumulative. So now we are no large spawns and no far spawns. No large maps and no... Yeah, no large maps and no far spawns. The lobby is almost populated again, and we'll be able to get into the point set, match point of the set. And of course, for those coming in, we have Team Ultra Rumble, Psyker, and Dango versus Team Padawan, Buffy, Trooper, aka Barlos, and Zenomasa to start off this Tag Team Tenkaichi Budokai tournament. Alright, looks like Barlos is considering the Majin Buu pick, and indeed locks it in. It's perfectly okay, no taunt. And oh my goodness, it looks like he wasn't the only one who had that idea. Dango goes for a Majin Buu of his own. That'll be a very nice amount of hefty health that both of those cadets will have. And it looks like it's going to be the 1v1. Oh my goodness, is that... Mini Buu! Dango chooses. And he gets the first hit off. A surprisingly damaging grab to start off this 1v1 for the ages. I'm curious on how this will melt into the match going on between Psyker and Zenomasa. Oh, and that's an interesting point from Felix. It looks like Small Buu it's categorized as sort of a moot character in this game, which means that they have an adjusted revive meter time. They'll come back in a very fast amount of time, similar to a character like Hercule or one of the Frieza soldiers. But will he be able to take advantage of that? Unsure, but he may be the first one in this match to be eliminated. It'll depend on how well Barlos is able to get in there and take advantage of this low amount of stamina that Dango's rocking right now. Oh, instead of doing that, he decides to try and even up Psyker's health a little bit. Help his partner Zeno out. Ooh, a nice grab from Barlos. Launches an Innocence Cannon, I believe, or some sort of super that'll mostly knock away the opponent far away into the map. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it takes a long amount of time for them to recover, which is pretty entertaining. But here we are, Dan is at the last amount of health. And we had a connection error. Oh no. And I believe that was an indication. Font? An unfortunate connection error halts this game point match in its tracks. I believe there was some kind of large desync, which was the result of something. But yeah, by the time anyone realized what was going on, we had already gotten broken, I guess. Alright, Psyker of Team Ultra Rumble and a co-TO for this tournament is ordering up a redo with the same characters. And presumably same map as well. We are now waiting on the invites back into the lobby, and of course it has to be ordered so that we are able to get, the correct players assigned to the correct teams. We have the invites sent out to Barlos. Alright, pretty soon we will be done with this first set of the tournament. Alright, our contestants are in. We have the support of one of my favorite tracks from Tenkaichi Tag Team to support us as we go into this next match. And we will be rerunning the same characters and the same map. Also worth noting that we have a 15-minute timer on these matches. A meaningful departure from our usual tournaments, either in 3-minute timers for CACs or 5-minute timers for regular cast. But, this gives a lot of the match more room to be decided through the individual strategies of the players and their characters. But alright, here we go. Will we see the same Majin Buu versus Majin Buu small battle? Or maybe they'll switch up their opponents. Indeed, we're starting off with a clash. It will give both Barlos and Dango a decent amount of ki to start off this match. Will allow them to hopefully pester each other a little bit more effectively. With access to Super Boo Boo Punch, and in Barlos' case, Energy Wave combo, yeah, clashes are very valuable. The more ki, the better, really. It's a careful match of ki stuns, going for P blocks, hopefully. Just a nice little way for the contestants. I guess they're hoping to drain each other's stamina while also getting some nice ki back through P blocks. But it is not working out for Barlos so far, as Dango is able to nail this strong combo. Barlos knows that he's gonna hopefully want to get through this pretty quickly so that he can support his partner Zenomasa, who is at a pretty low amount of health at the moment comparatively, especially considering we are not even past the first minute of this match. Narrowly avoiding a flash strike from Psyker. Attacks are absolutely flying, and Psyker is managing to stay one step ahead of it, keeping himself from getting stamina broken, thanks in no small part to Dango's support. Barlos goes for a self break, and it looks like he may be pretty effective at it. He goes for a super after image, which seems like it's going to buy him just enough time to both get a hit on Psyker, to hopefully attempt to disrupt his match, while also getting his stamina back. Ooh, with a knockaway angry hit, two of them, he gets a tremendous amount of damage on Psyker. He sees blood in the water. He knows that he wants Psyker out of this match really quickly, but he trusts Zeno to do it so that he can focus on Dango, who has his health burst active as well as Psyker. Oh yeah, Dango is just keeping him far away from his squishy friend. Barlos seems to expect that they were going to keep on doing their 1v1 thing, but he wasn't expecting Barlos to go right back into it and try and pester Zeno. Alright, it looks like now Barlos is respecting this little 1v1 action. Oh! But this match is not nearly over yet. Both contestants having about a bar left to their names. Trying to take advantage of their armor burst to get some nice progress in without very much worry coming their way. But just as quickly as it comes, it goes. Dango doing a good job, keeping his block on top of Barlos's many approaches. Also trying to leverage the armor that Boo Boo Punch allows him. But in the end, it looks like this knockout is going to go to Barlos. Alright. What can Saika do here? Not much. He gets angry hit. That is the first set of our tournament going to Team Padawan. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Instinctually, I tried to click onto the game so I can do the thing. But anyhow, let's go ahead and get prepared for our next set of the tournament. Pretty fascinating set, aside from, the small connection issues we had. It was pretty interesting to see, especially the character picks. I was not expecting the small Boo, but it makes sense, to have that extra utility on the revive gauge combined with, I suppose, just like the regular neutral that Fat Boo has. Pretty helpful, pretty nice. Alright. Looks like our next match is going to be Team Blitzkrieg versus Team CFCM. AKA a team between Kanta and Creamy versus Tanuki and Ice. Isolvit. I'll call him Ice. Just one moment while we prepare the contestant names on the leaderboard, and in the meantime they can set up their lobbies so that they can get going. Absolutely. It's probably my favorite Dragon Ball side game. And I'm very much hoping that the same composer who worked on this game comes back for BT4. Well, I think my little music label is kind of bugged. Let me see if I can update it all. There we go. Alright. Alright. It's Team Blitzkrieg versus Team CFCM for our next round in this Tag Team Tenkaichi Budokai. Now, this was kind of an interesting situation. When it comes to the map choices in here, Creamy was pretty clear that he did not care about, what the whole map selection process. He was happy to just allow the other team to pick. And in the case of the other team, they were having, FPS problems, etc. So they were just going to go on Hyperbolic Time Chamber, what seems to be like the least intensive map to play on, and they'll be a-okay with that. So in this tournament, in this match at least, we'll have a bit of an exception to the usual map clauses, and we'll just have a normal set going on entirely in Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Alright, we're starting off from Kanta's perspective, starting off with the battle between Ice's Super Saiyan God Goku versus Kanta's Jiren. Now, I know Jiren has some fantastic, utterly fantastic Dashing Light Light, Meanwhile, he has to contend with Ice's incredible Goku neutral, and not to mention, you know, the respectable supers that God has access to. Oh, so far, he's able to do very nicely with these chains of supers. With a combination of a few burst Kamehamehas and a God Fist, Ice is able to completely deal tremendous damage onto Kanta. Oh, I believe that Kanta was trying to go for a nice breakless burning strike there in order to even up the health game, but that is just not in the cards for him. Icefield is one step ahead of it. He's able to roll out of his attacks and knock him out into this tournament. Knock him out into this... knock him out into the knocked out pose, I suppose. Oh, it looks like Creamy attempted a flash revive, I believe, which allows him to get off a revive from afar at the cost of some of his own resources. But at this point, you know, Tanuki is just not letting him get the space he needs. However, it looks like Creamy is doing very nicely in his personal 1v1. It looks like Ice is choosing to stay out of the way, allowing Creamy and Tanuki to fight it out. With an energy wave combo, that is a knockout for Ice's teammate. Oh my goodness. But it looks like Ice is going to get right back into the same kind of combos he was throwing Kanta into. And through it all, Creamy is just having to burn through a significant amount of his stamina, or else eat a pretty large chunk of damage. This is absolutely a winnable situation for Creamy here in this 1v1 if he chooses not to go for any kind of revive play. However, Ice is just keeping on this constant pressure, able to handle him even after a few combo drops. Yes, indeed, that sound break was not enough to knock Creamy out. As they always say, the only health amount that matters in this game is 0. That is the first point of the set going to Team CFCM. I selfed. Isolvite. Am I supposed to say it backwards? Maybe it's like an anagram. Anyhow, it looks like Team Blitzkrieg is not about to let this go unpunished. We are seeing a few characters change ups. And of course, we'll be staying on the same map, Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Will they be able to even up the set? Or will this be an early knock to lose bracket for Team Blitzkrieg? Oh wow, a change of characters for everyone. Tanuki on Turles, Icevelt on Vegito. I believe that's Creamy on Pan. And Kanta on the Android 16. I am always very interested to see the Creamy Pan. It has a bit of a fame, infamy, I suppose, in the server. There was this one tournament where it was a mentor tournament. Or maybe it was a regular... Yeah, it was a regular CAC non-mentor tournament. And Creamy entered with Pan, and no one noticed it was actually a mentor set. But it was just as close to the regular set as possible. And no one noticed the difference. We had a little bit of connection hiccups in the start of this match, but it looks like things are a little bit underway. We had a map choice from one of the contestants to go instead to the Red Ribbon Army base. I suppose with how these guys were, it wasn't too much of a big deal, but we'll see how they feel about it after this match. So far, Kanta is able to deal significant damage to Tanuki. We might see a break from him, but on the same token, we have Creamy very much struggling health-wise. We have a almost simultaneous knockout and two almost full health contestants going right at each other. Icevelt running a very powerful strike build on his blue Vegito. Forces Limit Burst from Kanta, but he predicts it, and with the Vanish, was able to almost end the match right there. But, you know, he's able to clean that up right away. We'll see how the contestants feel about that. I believe we might have even seen a slow glitch from one of the contestants, but that looks to be, unless there's any speaking otherwise, a 2-0 in favor of CFCM. It's just a shame, you know, of course, you know, performance in this game varies between player to player. Some people are able to, you know, it all depends on their PCs, and, of course, computer settings play a role. I know some of the contestants were struggling, but in any case, it is what it is. The tournament must go on. Okay. I believe our next match might actually be a Felix and Newt's team versus Maotao and Xiaokato, which I'm going to need extra time just to be able to write out their very long names. But that seems just fine. We'll wait for them to get their lobby set up in the meantime. Jack's team requested to us to hold off on a little bit on their match, which is acceptable, at least for the moment. Yeah, I'm generally not sure if this is going to fit. You can see it in the bracket if you're interested. I don't know how I'm going to get this all in, but we'll find out. Let's see this. Alright. Let's start with... Oh my... There is no way. There's no way. Oh my goodness. I mean, I might as well write it the entire thing down at least once. And... Alright. Feast your eyes on this. For our next match of the tournament. Oh my... I was too busy worrying about the names that I forgot to update the scores. But yeah, we have Team Transformers, space, Revenge of the Fallen, space, the game, quote, PS3, quote, versus Team Piggy and Toad fans. Not Team Piggy and Toad, Team Piggy and Toad fans. So that's the team between Felix and Newt versus Maotao and Xiaokato, respectively. I'm gonna actually copy that name onto my keyboard, so I don't have to copy that on my clipboard, so I don't have to rewrite it every time. But yep, just one short moment, and we'll have the contestants in the lobby, and we'll be ready. This comes off the heels of, I believe, the last, one of the last 2v2 tournaments we had where it was the same team, and it was also Team Transformers. But I wasn't sure if it was Revenge of the Fallen. It might have been Team Transformers, the movie, the game. I don't know if they're moving up console generations. I'm not too caught up on the Transformers team lore. But in any case, Maotao strikes floorless maps. And this will decide, at least color the decision that our contestants make in the first map of this battle. Alright, now Team Piggy and Toad fans will have the ability to choose one stage out of the medium and far spawn listings. And it looks like they'll be doing the Wasteland stage. Alright, our contestants are in, and now we are ready to begin the set. Maybe I can make this a slight bit better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. But okay. This set begins. On the Wasteland stage, we have Newt on Android 16, Felix on Mentor Tapion. Oh my goodness, what is he about to cook here? Well, we'll have to be seeing for firsthand, as this is going to be the perspective we're going to be watching this match from. We're starting off with possibly the biggest gap in character ability between any two characters in this game, I believe. Tapion versus Bardock. Not sure if it's a mentor set or if it's his regular one. Oh, it looks like both contestants get caught in Maotao's tremendous super skill, the Boo Boo Punch on his Majin Buu. It looks like the contestants are kind of switching opponents. Ooh. Something a little bit tough from Felix here. It looks like he has the ability with his Super Soul, Earth is in your hands now, to regenerate a little bit of health every time he uses the Hero's Flute super skill. Combine that with his Brave Sword Slash, could allow for some nice pestering while continuing a pretty decent health lead going throughout the match. It's not going to work out for him though. It is at least getting them a little bit of health back at a time, but Maotao is just able to undo that with every single combo string he's able to get out. Through this all, it looks like Felix's stamina is also tremendously low. I did not see that before. Well, here comes a break from Felix. Maotao was able to get a pretty decent punish out of that. I guess that's one thing noteworthy about having such a small stamina bar. Not too much, oh, it looks like that might have been a fast break too. At least before now. This one is a slow break. But in any case, oh! Maotao does a very nice job punishing the Limit Burst from Felix there. The Health Burst is coming out. Able to hit him even out of the Hero's Flute. Naotao taking advantage of Felix One to kind of hold his block here. Oh my goodness, this is a tremendous health deficit to come back from. Another break from Naotao to Felix, but he looks like he drops a combo, but it is about over. Oh my goodness, with a paralyzed Ki Blast followed by a DWC. That's Team Picky and Toad fans, consisting of Naotao and Xiaokato, taking the first point of this set. I fully expect to see a switch in characters from Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen Dash the Game PS3. I can definitely see the root of the strategy I believe that Felix is kind of going for is maybe hit and run combined with the health regeneration from Hero's Flute, but against someone like Naotao who's on a character that he adores, Majin Buu, I don't think he was able to cook as much as he was perhaps wanting to. I think that might have been a cheeky pick. That might have been his best use strategy for Tapion, but we might see an adjustment here. The contestants forgot the map selection process. I believe they're probably going to rerun this match after mistakenly just getting right back into the fight without really choosing the maps. Yeah. But still, you know, looking at it from a vacuum, that's pretty funny. What are the two characters that that Felix brings into this match? Tapion and Cyberman. Whoa, screenshot that. But in any case, I believe this is going to be a quick knockout that they can then go into and redo the actual match. Oh. Is that his... I can't really tell, but it kind of looked like... I wonder if that was just his open mouth, or maybe the Cyberman was sticking his tongue out when he gets hit. He's just being goofy. At the expense of our time. Alright, now we're going to redo the map selection process properly, and then get into the next round of the set. Alright. Team Piggy and Toad fans have one on the media map, so they can't use that. However, they do get to ban a category for Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen in the game PS3 to not be able to use. And now Team Transformers has the ability to choose one category from the remaining four, and then choose the map. They choose Wastelands. With that out of the way, we can now continue the set. What will be the adjustment from contestant Felix? Good enough. Goes on to a Mentor Bardock will have access to, most likely, I didn't get a good look at it, but he's probably going to roll in with the auto health regeneration at the beginning of the match, Super Soul. Very nice. Will definitely help him get some momentum in the match, and will definitely help him against Xiao Kato, who, no surprise, is staying on to his pick. Also interesting to see Newt going for the Goku Black. Interesting to see what he'll cook up. But in the meantime, it looks like Xiao Kato is telling Felix, you are not going after Mao Tao. This is going to be a Bardock 1v1, buddy. Felix taking a little bit of damage out from Xiao Kato, but sure enough, he does have that Super Soul, which will allow him to have some very significant health regeneration. And it looks like that's boosted even more considering he has the health type, stat type, which gives him a very nice amount of health regeneration speed. But that soul has run out now for both Felix and Xiao Kato, and now it is just going to be a fight between these contestants. We're going into this right now. It's going to be Felix versus Mao Tao. Forced to block his Super Boo Boo Punch, but things are looking very nice for Felix right now, in spite of some pestering from both contestants. Oh, he chooses to stop pressuring Mao Tao, even though he was using quite a bit of stamina there, in favor of helping out his partner Newt against Xiao Kai. Ooh, Felix getting hit out of a few of these Saturday crashes. But by now, this means that we're probably going to see, if not a... oh man, he still has a green bar. Mao Tao just doing exceptionally health-wise. Both these characters are really just health monsters. And I think they're both starting to realize that, but at the same time, they both have some very nice damage potential. Ooh, with a nice instant rise to escape the that attack there. And also using a burst dash to catch Mao Tao out of its self-break. However, he's not able to react in time to get out of the way and allows Mao Tao to get a pretty safe health limit burst off. Newt's health whittles lower and lower. The matchup between him and Bardock does not seem to be going very well, but before he can get in to help, Mao Tao keeps him busy. Stamina broken. Felix pops burst. Oh, very nice. It looks like Newt's Goku Black has the Super Soul that causes an auto revive. And he is back up and running. So as long as Felix can stay alive here, this will not have to be a 2v1 any longer. Yes, indeed. We are in the Tag Team Tenkaichi Budokai. A 2v2 tournament between a lot of our favorite Tenkaichi Budokai players. This match has absolutely seen a brand new breath of life. Newt actually got a surprisingly respectable amount of health back from his revive. Enough to keep the battle going against Xiao Kai. It's becoming a very dynamic battle at the moment. Constantly switching up targets between the both of them. Really just in order to keep each of their respective partners alive. Oh no, but with no more boost, no more burst on the table. Mao Tao gets a break. Xiao Kato chooses to end the set right here and now. That is Team Piggy and Toad fans, aka Mao Tao and Xiao Kato, taking the set against Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, the game PS3, aka Felix and Newt, 2-0. Alright, now we'll just begin preparations for the next match. We'll now change up the names on the scoreboard to reflect the new teams joining in. I knew that Jack's team wanted to have a small postponement on their joining, but we'll see if how that's changed, if they're back or what. Once I punch in these coordinates for their names, you'll probably understand. Alright, our team names are set. We are now beginning the coin toss for the contestants. Kaio goes tails. We have run the coin flip, and it is tails. Alright, that'll impact the how these next series of map bans and choices will go. And for those curious, we have Team Perfect Suck. That is the team between Pocky and Kaio versus Team 420, the team between JJK, Jack, and Tommy. So now we are waiting on these category strikes. As we wait, I'll once again bring up the map selections that we have available to the contestants. Team Perfect Suck has banned far spawns. Now, Team 420 will ban 2 other categories, and then Team Perfect Suck will pick from what is remaining. Tommy says, Jack is bugging. And Psycho's like, Jack is bugging? Like, different kinds of bugging out there. Cool and lame is our middle name, dude. Alright, we have our map selected. Now we just have to wait for the lobby to get created and both of these contestants to get set up properly. This is a 15-minute timer in a 2v2 battle. No items allowed. $900 divided by 60 is 15. Yep, yep, yep. All right. An interesting part about this tournament, not sure if it's something that's an improvement or a drawback, is that we have no idea what builds these guys are bringing in. They can choose very freely from the cast of characters and mentors that they have available at the moment that they come into the lobby. So it's not something that I don't have very much of an idea of what they'll be coming in with. It keeps a very high level of spontaneity between these matches, where not only do I not know what to expect, neither do their opponents. As long as, you know, they haven't been like practicing against each other, which I doubt they have. A lot of us haven't been grinding the 2v2 battles in Xenoverse all too much ever since Ultra Rumble came out. But in any case, this is turning out to be still a very entertaining tournament, and I'm sure that these strategies we see going forward will be absolutely incredible. Now, it's always nice to see JJK coming into these tournaments. I'm kind of curious on what characters he might be bringing in. It's been a little bit since I've seen him in a proper tournament. I would imagine we might see some Goku play. Could be seeing Majin Buu or Bardock. Really, he has a very good track record with many characters. I would say he's very noted for his high aggressive playstyle, and we might be seeing a good chunk of that going into this. We might even see Toppo going for a similar strategy as Psyker was, with his command grabs doing a tremendous amount of damage. But now we're just preparing for them to get in, and then we'll be able to get started with the set. Alright, we might be seeing an example of the Pocky glitch. No relation to Contested Pocky, but kind of. It's a situation where, depending on the personal connection relationship between two players, we may not be able to get into a lobby with one or the other unless the other is hosting. And it's one that we've had to run into a lot with Kaio in previous tournaments, and usually other contestants as well. Just rough, but something that can be worked around either with a fix or through another player hosting the lobby. But yeah, we'll be ready for this tournament in 1 second. We'll just have to wait for Kami to get back. A possible fix related to this glitch, which other PC players on Xenoverse might have recognized, it involves a ping, you know, the ping relation between you and another player. And if that ping gets too high, you know, Steam boots you, as Felix is describing in Discord as we speak. but that is a setting on Steam that you have the ability to adjust, and it might be able to fix it. A nice way to check your ping between different players is there's actually a command you can use on the command line that sends a ping from your desktop to wherever other region you would prefer to check your ping with. And if you get results back, then you'll know that it's at least working out. If not, then you're likely in a situation where you will get booted from the lobby. On the other hand, I am very curious on the lineup that Perfect Suck might be bringing into this tournament. Pocky and... my goodness. Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of characters that I would imagine would be perfect for Perfect Suck. Could possibly be something with Perfect Cell, Imperfect Cell. Maybe Imperfect Cell and Perfect Cell. That would be a very fun combo to see in action. But on the bright side, it looks like all the contestants are here and accounted for, and now we will be ready to begin the set. I didn't realize it until now, but the fact that we're using tag team music for this tournament is actually perfect. Tenkaichi Tag Team, basically a version of Budokai Tenkaichi 3 that has a very much a 2v2 mechanic built into the game, and even has like special Unicos or unique dialogues between certain teams. My favorite will always be the between Goldo and Chaozu or Android 19 and Chaozu. They pretty much say something like, "Oh well, two people of a kind have to stick together," and Chaozu's like, "We're not the same." It's just very entertaining, and I sort of wish that was also in BT3. But yes, indeed, here we are, Team Perfect Suck. That is Pocky's Perfect Cell and Kaio's Imperfect Cell going up against Team 420, Jack and Kami. Alright, we'll have to see if the thematic strength of Team Perfect Suck will be enough to overcome the very strong power of Kami and Jack, both going for very powerful characters in Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta and Mentor Bardock. Oh my goodness. Kaio is not given the enough respect over to the very strong health regeneration that Bardock Soul entails Kami to have. At the moment, it looks like Kaio's trying to support his partner, but a clash keeps him from doing anything meaningful. Meanwhile, it looks like Kami's trying to go for some cheeky super key explosions in the meantime. Oh, we see the first suck of the round coming out. A nice grab tech between Godfist and Grab, but it still results in a trade that takes a pretty hefty chunk out of Kaio's health there. They've got to make a movement fast because Pocky's health is draining quick. Just in time, he's able to nail a health burst, but that still increases the amount of damage you take, so you have to be careful. Hopefully Pocky is. But in the meantime, a very strong alternating combo from Jack leading into the Super Kamehameha that just barely Kaio's able to roll out of. With still his bar on green, Jack continues attack after attack. Even dodges the absorbing attempt from Kaio. Oh man, especially being near the wall, that was a very damaging situation. But Pocky's inside, he's trying to recover his friend, using Super After Image to stay safe. Oh, but it is just not enough. That is Team 420 taking the first point of the set. The Gogeta is JJK or Jack. He's not in the Discord server, the Tenkaichi Budokai Discord server, but he is entering this tournament with Kami as his partner. Anyhow, we'll be beginning the next map choices. Team 420 are now having to ban a category of maps. They forgot to do that. So it looks like this is just going to be a sacked match. Yeah, this is certainly not what they were meaning to do, but I suppose they're just going for it anyway. How this tournament's going to go is that we have to do a certain series of map choices between the contestants, which involves one team bans a category, then the other team bans two, and then the third team picks that. And then in this set, it was going to be they ban another category, and then they pick from what's remaining. But it's easy to just hit that very tantalizing ready up button. Oh my god, the rare super key explosion or key explosion continuing hitbox, not hitbox, but effect. Well, somehow the Jenko man actually won that. Okay. Anyway. Team 420 out of the 5 categories bans bar spawns. That would be an interesting strategy, but for a 2v2, that is just devastating. That trying to deal with a 2v1, and as we've seen that previously in these matches already, once you're in a 2v1 situation and they don't want to honor code it, you're pretty much dead in the water. All right. Our contestants are set, and the map is chosen. Tournament of Power. Knowing that their continued existence in the winner's bracket depends on them picking characters to fight that are probably more equipped to deal with Kami and Jack than Perfect Cell and Imperfect Cell. We see some character switches from Kaio and Pocky. Oh my goodness, the Gamma 1 Super Soul forces lock on for Kaio, and he has no choice but to try and get some hits in. It so far seems to be working pretty fairly at the moment. Jack has taken quite a lot of damage, and he does not have a health burst like Gamma 2 does. So any hits he takes. However, of course, Limit Burst will affect both of them. So if, things get a little bit too hairy for Jack, Gamma 2 could always activate his burst and they'll be okay. Oh, a nice counter attempt from Jack there, but it is just... Not Jack, Kaio there, but Kami's just easily able to get around it. At the moment, it seems to be a heated 1v1 battle for both sets of contestants. With, I believe, Kaio and Pocky in the lead. Oh. Kaio trying to pick his target between either of the Gammas. Wow, very nicely done. At least at first, I think Kaio expected Gamma 1 to come in with that strike ultimate. He's able to avoid it at first with that counter skill, but is not able to catch it the second time. Hold and block in order to safely get it out. Kaio activates the health burst for his team as well. For his team, rather. Oh, a shooting strike from Jack does quite a big chunk of damage, especially with the health burst activated. Oh no, a wombo combo coming from both of them. Leaves the health limit burst and Kaio tremendously low. He continues to try and go for the that counter skill, but I do not believe it's going to work out for him. He continues to try and keep up with the use of instant transmission. It does not help him out in the end. Oh, and now that it's a 2v1, in order to push their advantage even further, they activate the health burst. However, it looks like a flash revive from Pocky allows Kaio to stay in the game, but now he just has to make sure that he can keep this fight going before his friend gets eliminated. Oh, but with a devastating charged Gamma Blaster, Pocky is out the moment, Kaio is out the moment he comes back in. And in that 2v1, they claim the soul of Pocky. Down into loser's bracket falls Team Perfect Suck. With round 1 complete, that brings us into winner semifinals. That means that we are now into the best of 5 section of the tournament. Usually we have them set for winners finals and grand finals only, but for this tournament we also have semifinals being the best of 5. The winner of both of these next 2 sets will go up against each other in the winners finals, and the losers will continue in the losers bracket. Alright, if my calculations are correct, that means our next set will be Team Picky and Toad Fans versus Team CFCM. And as it is Team CFCM with Tanuki in there, it's going to be a map that we just continually have both sides of contestants just use Hyperbolic Time Chamber to ensure a stable match experience for everyone. I don't get it. The match will be underway shortly. We just have to make sure that everyone has each other added so that they can invite each other into the lobby, and then we can begin the match. In the meantime, I was actually kind of curious. Do you guys have like a favorite Dragon Ball duo in general? I gotta say, one of my favorites is probably Yamcha and Tien. I don't think they've ever really been a duo in the show, but they kind of get paired together a lot in the video games, particularly Budokai, and they have a couple of funny, unique dialogues in Tenkaichi series. One of my favorite memories of Xenoverse was going up against Psyker, and it was a Yamcha versus Tien match. But if I had to pick one from the show, Probably Goten and Trunks. Oh no, Krillin and Kid Gohan. I have a lot of favorite duos. They're all really good. Piccolo and 17. That's a nice pick. I really like the. I've seen a few clips on YouTube. I think that it really makes you put the whole experience they've had together into context, remembering like Cell Saga and all that. Alright, Mao Tao will prepare the lobby and send out the invites. We are beginning the coin flip. Team CFCM chooses tails. I mean, they choose heads. The coin is flipped. And it lands on tails. We will now begin the map banning process. Alright, Team CFCM bans small stages and... Alright. Now that leaves our contestants to pick a map that is not a far spawn, a small, or a large stage. We appreciate your patience as we prepare for this best of 5 set. This map selection process is going to be necessary for the contestants just to be able to create the proper strategies against each other at the moment. I'm interested to see who has the advantage in this map situation right now. I believe it'll still allow medium stages, which honestly have been chosen quite a lot. It's been like the only category remaining for several matches so far. And it doesn't give too much of an advantage to any one kind of build, which is pretty interesting to see. And pretty smart, I would say, overall. You know, I guess they're kind of just normalizing everything. Making sure that builds that are really strong on small or really strong on large are far away from each other's spawns. Don't have a chance to really get their foot in. Team Piggy and Toad fans are making their choices on the map to be played in this first battle. Alright. with this being Team Piggy and Toad fans, aka Mao Tao and Xiaokato's team, I am sure we'll be seeing quite a lot more Bardock and not male Majin Buu in our future. Part of me wanted to have that My Hero Academia Battle Royale game going on in the background so I could have something to do while we wait for the maps and matches to get prepared. But, you know, needs at least 3 Dancing Gokus. Yeah, you know, they gotta be in hula hoops and doing all these different crazy things. Would you guys be more entertained if I had a Temple Run going on? Maybe I can't do that, but I do have one thing at least. Let me see if I still have it. My personal favorite kind of way to pass the time. Here they are. Oh, yes. Oh, but in any case, we won't be able to see much of that, because now it looks like the stream is prepared. Let's take a look at what our contestants are setting up now. It looks like the lobby will be prepared in a moment. And unfortunately, entries are closed for the Tag Team Tenkaichi Budokai. We had all of the entrants sign up in advance of the tournament, but if you want to join in on the next PC Xenoverse tournament that we'll have on our tournament series, we can drop the link certainly in the chat to our server, the Tenkaichi Budokai. Get them nice and in there. Oh yeah, there we are. Very good entertainment, right guys? Pretty soon we'll have all contestants in and we'll be ready to begin winner semifinals. I would actually be kind of curious if some of you guys were to be in a 2v2 tournament, what kind of builds do you think you would want to get in? If it were me, I'm honestly not sure. I'd probably want to go for a silly Super Soul that just does something lame, like increases my team's stats or whatever. If that's like available on a mentor, that'd be fun. That'd be alright. I would not be very good at trying to like shuffle between different contestants all at once. But who knows? Maybe like maybe you don't even need to have like some kind of crazy strategy. Maybe just maybe like a cauliflower and kale. Maybe they'd work well together. Have a nice themed team in any case. I would definitely try and set up a dual ultimate. That would be fantastic. I would love that. Or maybe just see if Assault Rain would actually work. But I figure, you know, if that was likely to, it would have been done. But without further ado, we have our contestant set. The map is the Tournament of Power, and we're going to be ready to get into it. found my earbud. It's just been laying there on the floor for the past 3 weeks. I just noticed it. Alright, we're ready to get it started. Wow, it's starting off with a unique dialogue. We have Ice's Videl going up against Mao Tao's Majin Buu, both in their mentor sets. Now I'm going to be interested to see what Videl can get up to here. With a very strong and nice priority on her single-tick Eagle Kick. That'll be quite helpful against both contestants that Ice will be going up against. Oh, but so far, Ice just not able to get very much action done. We already have the Health Burst coming out. And though Mao Tao is at a pretty low stamina level at the moment, he has a tremendous amount of health for Ice to work through. Oh, was not able to keep that combo string going. He's going to have to be careful to not get hit too much, or else the increased damage taken from the Health Burst will certainly add up. Thankfully it doesn't. And it looks like we're going into this next stage of the match with Ice having a bit of an advantage here. It'll depend on how much damage he's reasonably able to get off. We have a stamina break coming out against Mao Tao and the Justice combo. A nicely timed limit burst, but it does not save him from... Oh, no one ever expects a second Justice combination. Not enough key for Iceville to get very much of a punish off from there. It looks like Ice's partner is knocked out. Will we see some kind of revive play? Right now, Ice just trying to get out of dodge. Both contestants just absolutely playing tennis with Videl here. However, Tanuki returns. But it is too little too late, it seems, as we are back into this 2-on-1 situation. Very much in Mao Tao and Xiao Kaido's favor. We have the first point of the set going to Team Piggy and Toad fans. We might be having some performance issues from one of the contestants. I really hope it's not something too significant. And it is. His PC died. We don't like seeing that. That's not a good thing to see. My apologies for not calling out the flash revive there. But yeah, it's just the contestants kind of just discussing amongst themselves. Alright, we have our players back in, and Psyker, I believe, has entered in, and he's going to make sure that everything's ironed out with regards to the map picks as we enter into this second battle. Now Team Piggy and Toad fans will be able to ban a category, after which Team CFCM will be able to pick any from what remains. Alright. Time Chamber has been chosen as the map for this bout. should be a very advantageous one for CFCM, since it'll at least make sure that performance hiccups and such and like will be minimized as much as possible. Alright. We're seeing a pretty similar character makeup between our contestants going into this, but it looks like Tanuki switching off to the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Could allow for some pretty serious extra damage output, not to mention offensive ability, very fast cancels that he has access to, some very strong super skills on his roster there. But we'll see how it shakes out. We're opening up with another 1v1 between Mao Tao and Ice. So far, it's leading up to a pretty significant amount of damage, and stamina usage, more importantly, being used up by Mao Tao here. His health regeneration still runs out. Ooh, and with a nice eagle kick, Icevelt's able to get this combo started. Nice clash going on. In the meanwhile, Shao Kahto, up until now, has not really seemed to be taking any damage at all. Thanks, I'm sure, to the Health Soul. Oh! Mao Tao gets caught with the Breakless Justice combination. Takes a pretty mean amount of damage. Oh no, and we have Tanuki already knocked out at the moment. Iceveld already switches gears immediately. Will we see the chance for her, or Videl, to go for the Flash Revive? Oh my goodness. Energy Wave combo after Energy Wave combo. Combined team attacks lay on a tremendous amount of damage. Oh man. In a very rapid pace, Team Piggy and Toad fans lead the series 2-0. Unique to this tournament, Eliminator Semifinals is a best-of-5 set as well. Alright. Now in this best of 5, now that we are in Game 3, Team Piggy and Toad fans are able to ban another stage category. However, the floorless category is still banned. Yes, indeed, Game 3. In this tournament, winner semifinals matches will also be best of 5s. Alright, our map is set. Game 3, Wasteland. This is Mao Tao and Shao Kahto's game to win. And I expect them to be extremely consistent with their character picks. I'm left curious, what will be the silver bullet that CFCM have in their sleeve, up their sleeve, to even up the set and get a reverse 3-0? not a bad pick. Tanuki chooses to go for Nail. With access to a health burst and a special super soul that activates with his defense enhancing super skill, could give him a very nice amount of health back, which could be what he needs in order to perform well and get out of the danger zone, at which we've seen Mao Tao and Shao Kato like to try and gang up on him, get some extra pot shots in. But for the moment, though, it's Mao Tao's Boo versus Ice's Bardock. Now, we've seen Ice's Bardock perform incredibly well in the past. We'll just have to see how well they stack up against each other. Stamina is flying, both contestants at a pretty low amount, but Ice the one below 2 bars. Mao Tao's able to be the one that gets the break in, and the punish on the stamina break, and the punish on the Lumen Burst as well. Oh no, Tanuki is knocked out, and now it is a devastating 2v1 situation. But I believe, yes indeed, Iceveld had just enough time to go for a flash revive. Desperately goes for a charged, he goes for a, not a Saiyan Spirit, but a Brave Heat. But, it is just easily punished by the others. Tanuki goes for his I Must Protect Grand Elder Guru. It gives him some health regeneration, but they do not give him any chance to get any additional health back. Already he's out of stamina. But he does manage to get him off. A P block on his Namek. Rising attack is no good. Divide and conquer. That is the motto of Team Piggy and Toad fans who take the series and advance 3-0. Alrighty. Tanuki's PC can't handle 2v2s, sees everything in 0.5 speed. Yeah, the so-called slow glitch. Very unfortunate. And just a consequence, I suppose, of these higher intensity kinds of, game modes wreaking havoc on PC performance. But Team CFCM will still have a chance in the loser's bracket. In the meantime, we are beginning the coin toss between our next match in winners semifinals. That's going to be Team 420 versus Team Padawan. Our map is selected. Alright, that means we'll be able to begin this set between Team 420 and Team Padawan as soon as the stream begins and the lobby is prepared. We're now just waiting for the invites to be sent in into the lobby. I have it ready in a short bit. Maybe I can add another one in. Oh yeah. Oh yes, yes, yes. The lobby will be prepared in 1 moment. Now this is actually probably... I mean, I'm not sure actually. It's kind of close between Mao Tao and Jack's team, but this is a really anticipated match I've had for this tournament. Always nice to see, you know, these sets of players go at each other, and equally nice to see how they're going to be stacking up in the 2v2 environment. Alrighty. Invites are sent. We only need, I believe, Kami to get into the lobby, and then we'll be ready to begin this bout in winner semifinals. Just making double sure we've got everyone correctly in there and ready to go. Alright. And for those coming in, that is Team 420, JJK and Kami versus Team Padawan, Zeno Masa and right here, Barlos, aka Buff Beach Trooper. Very GT inspired setup here now. We have Han and Super Saiyan 4 Goku on Team 420. I'm pretty sure it's Kami on Goku, but at the moment it's going to be a pretty tough battle. I can imagine looking in this Majin Buu's future. It'll just depend on how well he's able to get ahead of the tremendously fast neutral that I would honestly say both of these characters can put out. but particularly Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Pan, of course, has access to some really nice and fast knockaways, and a lot of nice super skills to follow them up with, not the least among them being EWC. But yeah, this is definitely going to be quite a... This is definitely not like a 1v1 kind of match. This is definitely both contestants taking what advantage they can to gang up on each other for small moments. And that's just going to add up repeatedly. Punishes the whiffed EWC with the Boo Boo Punch, but Pan is able to instant rise out of there, continue on with her aggression. But will it be able to work out? He's able to get a tremendous amount of damage off on Barlos here, but... Oh, and even managed to get some stamina recovery, which is pretty nice. Very powerful angry hit that Barlos has access to here. A few more nice hits, and this is definitely going to go in Barlos' team's favor. That being Team Padawan. But that all depends on how well Xenomons is able to stay alive here. Goes for the armor burst for that, I suppose, extra livability, survivability. But that'll just mean more trouble as we get later on into this match, as Team 420 still has their burst on deck, completely unused. Unable to get an EWC into EWC. A little strange thing that can happen every now and then. Now this being a 2v1 situation now, no one is letting Barlos have a second to breathe. A good hit should allow him to nail one of them with an angry hit and spell their doom, but he does not get that opportunity. And that is the first point of the set going to Team 420. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We have a surprise shakeup in the tournament listing right at this moment. Kanta and Tanuki are forfeiting, which means that I believe that is the dissolvement of Team Blitzkrieg, as Creamy will be taking Tanuki's spot on Team CFCM. Goodness gracious. You can never really tell what's going to happen in these kind of tournaments, but we don't have any time to wallow in that, as we have to get into this map selection process. Alright. And also, Kaio, the teammate of Pocky, having to leave the tournament as well due to feeling unwell, which is very understandable. Just we were glad to have him in for as long as we did. We're waiting now on Team Padawan to select the remaining map. And it looks like Team 420 picks Hell. Oh wait, not Team 420, Team Padawan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Hell. It looks like Jack is hooking up another interesting character pick to coincide with this map selection. Looks like they have quite a few, team lineups that they're very excited to bring out. And in this one, we're about to find out what that's going to be. What is it? Ooh, Goku and Vegeta. That's actually really impressive. Straight up the the Fusion Reborn team. But we're opening up with this Goku versus Barlos, Super Saiyan 4 Goku versus, I believe that's Kami, actually. Now, both of these guys have some seriously rapid neutral, very fast cancels, but particularly, very fast normal strings. I've heard it in the past that normal... Oh my goodness, I don't even have time to commentate, because with a rare boost Kame, that just absolutely does a tremendous amount of damage onto one of the members of Team 420. Will that go unpunished as Barlos goes for the self-break? Difficult to tell, but oh my goodness. Health Burst comes out. Actually, they take the opportunity to drop the combo on Barlos and choose to help out their friend start up a 2v1 against Zeno. Yowza! With the Health Burst active, that is probably a bar straight up of health. And the reverse Boost Kame, he's gone, he's out of there, he's annihilated. With the snipe out there, and he just keeps doing it. Barlos just keeps doing it. If it's not broke, do not fix it. That's what he says as he lays on what might be the third or fourth boost Kame of the match. But with a flash revive, Vegeta is back into this. But for how long, that is difficult to determine. At this point, they are not willing to let Barlos be unsupervised for long enough, because that could mean getting absolutely walloped by a boost Kame. 1 bar remains of health from Barlos now. Unable to really make the most out of the short opportunities he has to attempt a 2v1. Oh no! Managing to wait out that evasive, Barlos is punished and is knocked out. Will Zeno have the opportunity to go for a revive? It's unlikely. He is as far from him as can be. But indeed he does it. Manages to just be in range, just go for that flash revive. Just in time to keep things going now. Oh no. Both members of Team 420 transform. I believe Barlos was probably a little bit too surprised to see him transforming raw and neutral to have been able to punish it in time. An instant transmission God Fist. Yeah, now I know that's JJK. That's Goku. Okay. Oh no, punished out of his God Fist with another God Fist. That's the second point of the set going to Team 420. Very Kino, but oh man, that hurts to see. It's just a very frantic set so far. But in any case, we have another round of map banning to go. In addition to the floorless maps, Team 420 is going to have the ability to also ban our spawns. And it looks like Team Padawan is choosing Tournament of Power. The ball is in their court. Let's see if they're able to get this reverse 3-0. Or if this is where they fall to the loser's bracket. Which, if I'm reading right, might be a shorter bracket than we perhaps anticipated. In the Tournament of Power, we see the Super Saiyan Blue Goku and the Blue Evolved Vegeta. They are very committed to always going in pairs of characters. However, Barlos and Zeno are putting their best foots forward. And this looks like we're going to start off with this Majin Buu. Oh, no. See, that's just how it is in this set. It's constantly switching targets in order to make the most out of these very short interactions where it feels like a 1v1. Every time you just have a little bit of extra time to get the opponent away, so you can go after their partner. Oh no, caught another knockwave attack, and nailed by the Atomic Blast from Vegeta. Oh, hit by the grab before Barlos can help him out at all. But for his part, he is putting in some serious work now, getting in some nice damage with Angry Hit, but now he's pretty low on ki, doesn't have too much of an ability to do too much afterward. A nice amount of damage being put onto Vegeta at the moment. It looks like Super Saiyan Blue Goku still has like almost a very large and respectable amount of health remaining. Will definitely be something that he'll have to keep watch of, especially if he hopes to take out Vegeta right now in this moment. Oh, attempting to kind of get Barlos in a 2v1 situation there. Not getting very much backup at the moment. He chooses, instead of punishing the heavy break that he just landed, instead just allows him to, recover while he charges up ki. Very disrespectful. Oh no, we might have seen a disconnect there. Zeno's Goku is knocked out. And now it's a very peculiar... he's facing a 2v1, but with one of them being a CPU. And for a while, I was surprised to see Barlos actually focusing on the CPU. He's not able to get enough time to get off a Flash Revive. Goes for a health burst. If I were him, I would just try my best to focus down the Vegeta. Considering that the AI of Xenoverse kind of changes a little bit, I would imagine it functions similar to PQs where they aren't so aggressive, but maybe I'm wrong, because that is a very aggressive CPU Goku. Barlos' stamina broken. He has no other recourse but to take the combo that the CPU is putting onto him. I imagine whoever's remaining out of Team 420 is very entertained by this, is wondering if Barlos would actually get knocked out by the CPU. The Super Kamehameha almost knocks out Barlos, but, I believe that was Kami, just gave him the extra helping hand. I'm not sure what I just saw. It was Kami who DC'd? Oh my goodness. We'll see what our contestants have to say about that, but for the moment... Yeah, still a Padawan loss. That means the set is 3-0 in favor of Team 420. It seems that's it for this set. And that means that we'll be entering into winners finals. Unless these contestants are able to make up their mind about rerunning or not. It does not seem like it's gonna happen. And indeed, it's likely not. Yep, no rerun. We got the word back from TO. What the other TO? No rerun. We're continuing on to winners finals. Where is my Fortnite gameplay? Where's my Minecraft Let's Play gameplay? Where is it? Cough it up. This is all you get. Alright, the coin flip has been made, and that is a Tails from made by Team 420, and the coin lands Tails. Alright. Now it is up to Team Piggy and Toad fans to ban the next two categories of stages. I'm imagining they're going to want to pick whatever is going to be most beneficial to Mao Tao as a Majin Buu. He probably... I mean, it's good that they're already banning Floorless. That'll be a little bit beneficial for hard knockdowns and such like that. Honestly, he would probably do pretty well on a small stage, so he might choose to ban medium and large, or maybe perhaps Farspawn. It's kind of a tricky one. I know with Farspawn, Psyker mentioned in the past, that sets up, you know, Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken transformations. We'll see what they pick, and it looks like Farspawn and large stages are banned. So now, Team 420 have the ability to pick between small and medium stages. And it looks like Team 420 has chosen the Wasteland stage. Anyway, we are about to begin winners finals. That is a best of 5 set that will determine which of these two teams will advance to grands and which will get booted to the tail end of the losers bracket. Alright, now we're just waiting for our last contestant to get in. I believe it's Kami. Yep, yeah, okay. Alright, our contestants are set. We have the map chosen as Wasteland, and I believe we are ready to go. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever seen someone with the balloons accessory. That's funny. Alright. Mao Tao and Shao Kai hanging on their regular old character picks. It'll be interesting to see, I believe, another... Yeah, it looks like they're kind of going back to the same kind of team they were bringing in round 1 with. Bardock. Or not maybe round 1. At some point. But yeah, round 1 and... not Bardock and Blue Gogeta. Very strong neutral out here. Not to mention damage output. I believe Shakedo kind of not seeing the forest for the trees here, forcing himself to use quite a lot of stamina here ahead of the Super Soul activation. Deactivating, rather. Oh my goodness, in any case, I believe that was a Super Soul activation from Mentor Gogeta that forces lock-on. We'll see how much mileage you're able to get out of this situation here. But they're not able to get too much damage out from these EWCs. Shalcato doing a pretty good job, you know, crossing up as much as he can with the LHs. Has an inbuilt step cancel. Will make a very nice amount of movement possible for him. Keystone into a grab, pretty safe way to get damage off. He attempts to go for a self break now, but that just gives the others time to gang up on Maotao. Wisely, he chooses to move as far away as possible. Ooh, man. But unfortunately, you know, Bardock just does not have a skill like Godfist that he can use off of, you know, burst dashes or knockaways to get a nice chunk of damage off. And I believe we're seeing that to be quite of a powerful thing in these matches so far. Otherwise, he just has to rely on the very strong, but still, you know, only a neutral that Bardock has. Goes for a flash revive just in the nick of time. He has to buy a little bit of extra seconds so that Maotao was able to get it back up and continue to fight properly. Oh man, gets P-blocked on his approach. Hit with a very devastating combo from Jack there. Does a good job weaving out of the way of the Orange Wave combo, but not out of the way of the second one. A nice flash revive from Maotao there, but it leaves him on the brink of death. But luckily he's able to stay alive just long enough for Shalcato to get back into the fight. You can tell they're itching for the chance to take out that remaining sliver of Maotao's health. But that's going to give Xiaoke the chance to kind of get back, even things up at least a little bit. A nice grab, I believe, from Majin Buu there. He's just not getting very much damage out. And I believe even Kami went Super Saiyan just to up his damage potential there. Against the wall, he's able to nail a grab into EWC. Oh, but not before Kami was able to get that flash revive out. Now it's going to be a 2v1 and quite a lot of health for him to work through. He does not have enough health himself to flash revive Maoto anymore, so he has to find a way to deal with this. He does not have anywhere near enough ki to potentially get his revive off the hard way. This time he's not nearly close enough to the wall to cause a grab, burst to dash, EWC. And a small combined attack nets Team 420 the first point of the set. Team Piggy and Toad fans are mulling over their map pick. And they go with Time Chamber. An interesting lineup here. Bardock and Fu are what Team 420 is repping into this next bout here. It'll be a... Actually, these are all very strong characters going up against each other, especially as mentors, so I am actually very interested to see how this works out. And that is JJK of Team 420 on Fu right now. He's definitely had plenty of experience with Fu in the past. We always look forward to seeing whether he decides to rep him in our mentor tournaments. But in this time, I'm interested to see how that stacks up in a 2v2 environment. So far, the match seems to be pretty even on both sides. We aren't able to see what Kami's health is looking like at the moment, but Maotao's is holding strong in this battle that he's having between Majin Buu and Team 420's Bardock. He's not having enough tracking on that Saturday crash to pester in the other match going on at the moment. Already, Mao Tao pops the health limit burst for his team. Jack takes advantage with the use of a very powerful series of key blast cannons. Oh man, and Kami even attempts to take even more advantage out of that with a super key explosion. But yeah, the momentum of this match has totally shifted into Team 420's favor. And with a series of Key Blast Cannons, that is Shao Kato knocked out. And now it is Mao Tao having to contend with the series of zoning techniques that Fu can use for immediate pestering. But he won't have to be alone for long. I am sure that Shao Kato is hoping desperately that Mao Tao is able to hold on just a little bit longer. But oh no, this is not looking good for either of them at the moment. They are going to have to try and contend with two practically at full health bars. And now it's going to be pretty close to that actually, with this health burst being popped now to lead their advantage even more. That was a P block on the grabs hitbox. That's very interesting. Oh man, getting stunned a little bit by the energy minefield, followed by the repeated attacks there. Oh my gosh, just combo attack after combo attack leaves a very difficult situation for Team Piggy and Toad fans to ever crawl out of. Team 420 talking trash in the Discord. As we decide on the maps going into this next bout. Alright, looks like the map we're going into this is Wasteland. Oh. How would I describe it? Okay, well, it starts off with JJK and Kami talking in character as their little Steam names, talking like little idiots. And Mao Tao and Xiao Kei are strategizing over text what they're gonna do about the other. They really want to trade teammates desperately, and the other and JJK and Kami are just sending out gifs of their characters, just looking cool and all that, saying, "Oh, we like to keep things as they were. Actually, we'd like to keep things doing the exact same thing as that previous match." Things are going in heated. It's the same character picks. I foresee quite a lot of lock-on switching. They're going to want to fight one-on-one with the other person, and I'm sure that Jack and Kami are not going to let that happen, which means that already, before the match even starts, they're going to have a momentum advantage. But it all depends on how willing they are to let this pestering from Jack and Kami keep up. At the moment, I really hope that they're able to try and just outlast the health regen effect of a few of these characters. Because at the moment, if you're low on stamina, then you are just going to be at such a severe disadvantage throughout the rest of the tournament. I mean, throughout the rest of the match. I could hear that. Obviously, keeping your eyes off Fu is pretty dangerous, but honestly, all of these guys have the ability to do some pretty devastating things. Maybe not in that situation. Maybe Bardock doesn't have too much of a, much of a thing he can do off of things like dashing H's or burst dashes are in the WC. But okay, it looks like the character switching was mostly appealing. Oh no, he did get caught a little bit in the super key explosion. Even when he knows that he's going to get chased out, Kami is able to just queue up that super key explosion, and even if it doesn't hit Mao Tao, it'll still hit the guy who's coming after him from behind. The health bars of these contestants lowers. Oh, and his instant rise is eaten by a grab. Youch. Every little trade or accidental, area of effect hit that he gets from the teammate, it just leads him closer and closer to death. Oh man, with a well-timed EWC, he did not be able to get too much of a mileage out of that punish there. One of the members of Team 420 is desperately close to getting knocked out here, but oh my goodness, there goes Xiao Kaito is down. Mao Tao nowhere near enough health to reliably flash revive him. Goes for a health burst. Too far to even send his aid. Xiao Kaito is forced to just watch as this battle commences forward. Kami hangs out by Xiao Kaito. He's looking at us. Amazingly, Mao Tao is actually able to... I can't see anything from back here. Mao Tao is able to eliminate, or not eliminate, but knock out JJK, and was able to get enough health back to flash revive. Choosing to go to 2v1 route, but still at the mercy of Kami's remaining EWCs. They're trying to get another knockout out before it's too late, but Kami's pestering is just a lot to handle. They can't really single out JJK very well, especially with all the health and stamina that he still has. One more EWC would knock him out and possibly give the other two the window they need to even get this into a 2v1 situation, or, yeah. Was he able to get the flash revive out? Difficult to see. Oh no, he tries to go for the revive the long way. That's all but... Oh, there's a key blast coming from downrange. And coming out from the side. Oh my goodness. That is Team 420. 3-0. Our winners finalists. Our grand finalists. And that means we are now entering into loser's bracket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches remain in this tournament. So now we're just going to get started with either Team CFCM versus Ultra Rumble or Team Padawan versus Team Transformers. Alright, time to whip out the clipboard. I did not have it saved. Shoot. Alright, well, time to do it the long way then. Okay. Zenomasa isn't home at the moment, so we'll move on instead to, I guess, Team Ultra Rumble and Team CFCM. Thank you for the heads up. And now, just to make sure everyone's on board and everyone understands, in Team CFCM, Tanuki has been replaced with Creamy. This bracket has begun, and we'll be ready to begin the first match of the bracket in just a moment. Just need to get the rest of the people into the lobby. While we wait, I was kind of curious, from all of y'all, who is your favorite 2v2 team that we've seen in this tournament so far? Their run was, we didn't get to see more than, I believe, a match of them, but I gotta say, I really liked the Perfect Cell and Imperfect Cell duo. I absolutely believe they could have cooked hardcore if they weren't going up against really strong characters like, you know, Bardock and whoever else. Yeah. Right, Gogeta Blue. Thank you. I believe maybe the lobby didn't work out? Okay. Well, we'll just try that again. No worries. And of course, once the lobby's set up, we'll still have to decide the match, not the maps, you know, the map bans and choices as well. Alright, our contestants are set, and for those that are foggy on which team is which, we have Psyker and Dango on Team Ultra Rumble, and Creamy and Ice on Team CFCVM. Let's check out what these maps are being decided as. Alright. And this came as a result of a ban on far spawns with Team CFCM banning floorless and large stages. And here we are into the first set of losers bracket. Of course, we had a few buys as a result of late dropouts. But we're getting into it. Very interesting. Danko and Psyker going on to use PyCon and Dispo. Yeah. Too cool for the servers to handle. I'm intrigued by the Dango. I'm intrigued by the Psyker Dispo pick, of course, but also I definitely think that Dango piloting PyCon could make some really big plays happen. I mean, in 2v2, when you look at PyCon, you think of his Super Soul, it forces lock-on, etc. But also, it just has some really nice... he's just a really fast, powerful character in his own right, with his only real drawback being his Limit Burst and his 3-bar evasive. So if he's quick enough, I mean, he could absolutely handle and, you know, keep pace with Majin Buu or the other pick that we might see from CFCM Fu, Mentor Fu. That might be a little bit difficult, though. And Dispo, I mean, he has very fast, not fast, but he has a very invulnerable backflip, back step. It is actually very interesting to see in action because, and we're probably going to be able to see that. It'll depend on how much Psyker's willing to lean on that strategy. It can lead to Dispo being quite an evasive character. Alright, the lobby is remade and it appears that everything is working out alright. Alright, same characters. The map has been decided. Let's see how this works out. So far, it seems like Psycho was able to get a decent combo off, but not able to follow it up with too much. That's kind of an interesting thing. Both of these guys, Fu and Dispo, kind of have interesting relationships when it comes to their combos in lag. But also, P has access to Circle Flash, which, if you want to have one friend in this net environment, that would be it. I'm pretty sure that's just Creamy, but he named himself after Tanuki in his Steam nickname. Will we see a break coming out here? No. Creamy saves Psyker, or saves his partner Icevelt from having that happen. Oh my goodness! Psyker able to punish that whiff super with a very nice stamina break, but not able to get too much off of it. This could actually be Psyker's and Dango's game to win here. Misses the Circle Flash, which probably would have spelled doom for Ice right there. Forced to turn his attention over to Creamy. Now at this point, the goal is to keep Fu so completely preoccupied that he does not even have time to go for the Flash Revive. Oh, but he got it. He attempts to cheekily Circle Flash Ice while he was still in his, while he was just about to get up. But he still gets punished out of it. But thankfully, it doesn't look like he's getting punished at all for his stamina break. But on the downside, that means, oh man, here comes the, oh, the Flash Revive comes out from Psyker, allows him to not have to deal with this 2v1 for much longer. You can tell that Psyker doesn't quite like having the center of attention on him. He's not able to get too much off, except for that very nice double input Justice kick. That's enough to knock out Icevelt. Feeling pretty confident, Psyker decides to start charging up Ki, and out comes the Circle Flash. Will it hit? And yes, it does. That's the first point going to Team Ultra Rumble. Okay, the Dispo pick has justified itself for sure, but now I think that Creamy and Ice are gonna know what to expect from it. We might see an adaptation, or we might see a lot more focus being put onto Psyker's pick if he decides to remain on the Rabbit Man. We're continuing with the map banning. And we're returning to the World Tournament stage. Alright. I'm waiting on a little bit. I'm not sure when... okay. Now I'm pretty safe to say Psyker's going right back onto his Dispo pick, which I believe will be very advantageous in this small map where there's not too many other places that Circle Flash can hit. It'll probably have a very nice chance of hitting. It looks like they're going to have another chance to run back this interaction, see how well they're able to adapt to these character picks. In the last match, Psyker got some tremendous momentum from the use of Justice Kick double input. That's actually a pretty mean chunk of damage for 2 bars of Ki, I believe. Not to mention, you know, what help he got from Circle Flash, throwing it in every now and then. I think I'm finally warmed up now. Coming out from Icevelt, has Psyker's attention turned onto him, but he's not able to get too much off. However, manages to whittle down quite a lot of his stamina. Dango going for the... Oh my goodness. He goes for the reverse counter move, which he's able to land and get a decent amount of damage off of. It looks to me that he caught Dango in a God Fist, so that meant that he wasn't in a state to be caught by the Circle Flash. This is not looking very nice for Dango right now. Psyker's job is going to be protecting his partner as much as possible. Nice Flash Revive coming out from Psyker. That'll be enough to really give Dango a nice amount of chances to make mistakes further on into this tourney, or further on into this match. A gnarly boost dash in the God Fist. Nails Psyker once for half his bar, and then again to knock him out. Dango on the outside looking in here, moving like a demon. I think my voice cracked there, my god. Trying to get any kind of revive progress off, but his is not happening. Ooh, he has the auto Just Guard limit burst, and that might be enough for them to... Because now they're going to try to block him, or now trying to grab him. Oh my goodness, the counter move. And that was enough. Psyker actually got back up from that through the use of juking out the opponent and making them really try and grab him while he was just moving out very carefully. But now Psyker has to pay it forward desperately. Oh, and now Creamy is just staying right next to Dango, ready to meet Psyker as soon as he arrives again. And unfortunately, you know, this is just Dispo. His base kit does not have a mentor preset, which means that he has no thing to help him try and stay evasive into this. In any case, that is an evened up set for Team CFCM. We're heading into Game 3. Whoops. Do I cuss? Kinda, but I mean, I can try not to. You guys in chat absolutely cuss, though. Alright. Team Ultra Rumble bans, or they have Team CFCM bans a category of map that is the medium size. And now Team Ultra Rumble will have the ability to pick the map from what's remaining. Archipelago, a far spawn map, oh my. This is quite the high-stakes match here. Whoever is eliminated now is out of the tournament. There is no losers bracket here. I will take a second look to see if... I know that things got switched around a little bit, so I'm just going to double-check to make sure that what kind of bracket this is. If it's like a best of 3 or a best of 5 at this current moment. Best of 3. Losers round 2. Okay. That's about what I expected. Psyker mentioned it in the Discord a little bit ago, a benefit to the far spawn maps and why this whole map banning thing is worth considering in the first place. While Psyker goes to fight as Omega Shenron, Dango is charging up his ki. Truly like the anime, he's holding off both enemies while his friend gets ready to transform into Kaioken. Kaioken is an astoundingly powerful transformation, particularly in the fact that it allows him to basically have double the stamina reserves that he normally has. However, he's already starting off with a pretty mean chunk of damage taken out of his health bar. This is absolutely a winnable situation for Psyker and Dan. They're just going to have to be wise and make the most out of their transformation without, taking out too much health. Because, of course, that transformation on Super Saiyan Blue Goku, it still gradually hurts them. Even with his low stamina, Psyker is repeatedly pressuring Fu, even not giving him a chance to get off his cheeky remote serious bomb, but it actually appears that works anyway. Knocks Dango out of the transformation. Psyker successfully pesters Creamy's teammate. How much of a punish will Cream be able to get on Psyker here? Virtually none now. But now it's a little bit of a difficult situation. Psyker has plenty of health to work with, but Dan does not. And now they have no opportunity to get any kind of health regeneration, aside from getting knocked and then revived. Psyker repeatedly going for Bomber DXs, which, now that I realize what it's based on in the show, I am so confused as to why it's red. But it doesn't matter that it's red, because it is doing tremendous work in taking out large swaths of health from both Ice and Creamy, while being comboed by Dango. Psyker's able to get off that Bomber DX, nail a tremendous amount of damage, and from underwater, catches them. And that's it. That's the set. Team Ultra Rumble 2-1 advances into losers semifinals. Yeah. Bomber DX. All right, let's get this next match prepared and underway. But no word from contestant Zenamasa. If he's not here, then that could mean automatic disqualification of Team Padawan. Could this be? He's not going to make it. He takes the L. You hate to see it, but it was still great to see Team Padawans participate in the tournament for as long as they could. It's a shame, but if you ain't here, you ain't here. Alright, in that case, that means we're moving on to loser semifinals. That means that our next fight will be Team Ultra Rumble, Dan and Psyker, versus Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, the game PS3, Newt and Felix. In the meantime, I'm going to read off Team Transformers' little Wikipedia page on their video game. Transformers Revenge of the Fallen is a third-person shooter video game based on the 2009 live-action film Transformers Revenge of the Fallen. It is a sequel to 2007's Transformers the Game, and the second video game adaptation of the live-action Transformers film series. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of the game were developed by LuxoFlux and ported to Windows by Beenox. The PS2 and Wii versions were developed by Chrome Studios, and the PSP version, they made this for like 10 different consoles, was developed by Savage Entertainment. All versions of the game were purchased by Activision and released on June 23, 2009 in the United States. Australia received the games one day later, and Europe on June 26. A sequel, Transformers Dark of the Moon, was released in June 2011 based on the film of the same name. Why? That's a good question! All I know is that all versions of the game loosely follow the plot of their film they are based on. Following the death of their leader Megatron, the Decepticons have gone into hiding on Earth, where the Autobots have formed an alliance with humanity to hunt them down. And we're waiting for Dango to get back from getting his water. The Decepticons are secretly being aided by a new enemy, the Fallen, who seeks to activate an ancient machine that would provide them with enough energon to defeat the Autobots, destroying the sun and all life on Earth in the process. I haven't watched the movie. Is this the one where the Linkin Park song plays at the end? The PC, PS3, and Xbox 360 versions of the game feature a split campaign format. We get to play as either the Autobots or the Decepticons, and we complete various missions for whichever faction they choose. I'm gonna skip over a lot of this. Reception, 63 out of 100, 58 out of 100. PSP version's like 37 out of 100. That's the only one I probably would have played. Except for maybe the Wii version, that would have been like 53 out of 100. IGN's Chris Roper gave the game a 6 out of 10, saying that it had a complete and utter lack of presentation. OneUp.com's Thierry Nien gives the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions a C+, saying, Transformers 2 is a significant improvement upon its terrible predecessor. And I think we'll leave off on there, so that we can get started with this match. It was a coin flip that the Team Ultra Rumble wins. They banned small stages. Team Transformers bans floorless and far spawns. And the map chosen will be Hell. Damnation, the PS3 game? Oh my goodness. Piccolo and Gohan! Oh, what a team! Okay, now, I remember before this tournament, or before this match started, Felix was kind of pondering over the fact that he and Newt are now going to have to fight pretty much non-stop if they want to win this tournament. We'll see how well they do in this match. So far, Felix is doing a very good job using just the incredible standing neutral that Bardock provides in order to stay one step ahead of Adult Gohan, who, for as very strong as his neutral skills are, probably does not have the best build available to combat Bardock in the situation. Right now, he is practically on his last bar of health. With his burst activated, Felix hasn't even taken a hit. Psyker has been knocked out. That leaves just Adult Gohan, which Felix takes out. That is the first point of this best of 5 set, very quickly going to Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen in the game PS3. It's tough. It's tough. It's funny because on paper they have a lot in common. You know, Gohan and Bardock, they both have LH knockaways, teleports, setups for super key, or not key, not super key, but key blast cannon. Get some very nice damage potential off of that. But and also a very strong dashing light. But it's just a matter of a holistic benefit that Bardock has with his Super Soul being so helpful. And probably a lot of that also came down to Dango not giving Felix his full attention, trying to instead get some cheeky hits in with bending Kamehameha, which was not going to happen. So we might see an adaptation there. For the moment now, they are going over this next round of map picking. Team Transformers bans floorless maps. And from the remaining categories of maps, Team Ultra Rumble will be able to pick their next map. Team Ultra Rumble has chosen the mountain stage. Could lead to some interesting lock on Super Soul shenanigans. We'll see how it shakes out. Beast, Gohan, and Pikkon. I think I kind of see what they're going for here. Pikkon takes their attention away with his Super Soul, causing them to lock onto him. And Beast Gohan can either wail on them with his incredible regular damage, or go for Beast Kamehameha. Not Beast Kamehameha, Beast Cannon. And wipe out their health bars. We'll see how that shakes up, because I absolutely know that Felix and Newt are starting to anticipate what their game plan is. Alright. The battle kind of splits up a little bit here. Oh my goodness. Chasing after his grab with another one. Felix has a very strong and ever-growing health lead on both of the contestants at the moment. At this point, pretty much, Felix had pretty much terrified Dan on even the concept of trying to be quick about switching between targets, and is now just like really taking advantage of him being turned around at every opportunity. Oh my goodness. We might see another... Yeah, if it isn't broke, do not fix it. Repeatedly chasing Pikkon after every time he gets up, and just nailing it with another powerful grab. Auto Just Guard coming out from Dan, but they were on top of it. And that is the second point of the set going to Team Transformers. Oh man, in very terrifying fashion. Just going to show this team of Team Ultra Rumble that these gimmicks aren't going to work. for the moment, I imagine they're kind of considering Team Ultra Rumble. What they might employ, similar to what Matao's team did in the winner's bracket, to eliminate, or not eliminate, but knock down to losers Team Transformers in the first place. We're undergoing the map ban process now. Alright, our map is set. World Tournament. This is what could possibly be Ultra Rumble's last chance to turn this around. All that remains after this set will be Losers Finals and then Grand Finals. Alright. Hoping to put their best foot forward. It's Psyker on Blue Gogeta, a character he's pretty comfortable with, versus in the collaboration with Mini Majin Buu. Now, this is actually pretty interesting, because it actually reminds me of what these guys were preparing for really early on in this planning process of the tournament. They were hoping to go for, I believe, Blue Gogeta and Hercule. Because Hercule, of course, very strong, block shuffle game, and also happens to have a Mook category, which means that he's gonna, and same thing applies to Majin Buu Small. Once Majin Buu Small is eliminated or knocked out, his revive time will be very short. So I see that they're kind of adapting a similar strategy that they were hoping to bring into this tournament, and check it out, but this time with a character that already has a pretty strong, regular game plan in Majin Buu. Just goes to show that if they are wanting to take this home, they are going to want to give everything they got. But at the moment, oh man, Felix able to boost dash around the Punisher shield entirely, continue his combo string on him. No one is putting attention on Felix. He is just free to pester as much as he wants, continue sending out his knockaway combos, his combo extensions, for no risk to his own. He still has 3 bars of health to worry about before getting killed. And in the case of Newt, who's running a pretty low on health, he has plenty of ammunition with which to do his little instant revives. With a series of Ki Blast cannons, that's all she wrote for Psyker. But think I might get out of this? This is probably a very rough situation. If anyone were to get knocked out in this situation, I'm sure this team would have preferred for it to be Dango, so they can actually take advantage of his quicken revive time. But that's just not how it shakes up. That's Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, the game PS3. Taking the set 3-0. Sad. And that means that Team Ultra Rumble has been eliminated from the tourney. They played too much Ultra Rumble. And that's my fault. I played with them. But it was worth it. GG's to all contestants. The tournament end draws near. What follows now is Losers Finals, and then after that, Grands. We are now doing the coin flip. Team Transformers loses the coin flip, which means that the team they're going up against will have the first ban of the series, and that team is Maotao's team. Of course, Team Piggy and Toad fans. Let's see what they pick. Oh, Team Piggy and Toad fans. And Far Spawn stages. Alright, the stage we're going into this losers finals rather, is Hell. Hell. We go to Hell. And you're coming with us, audience. The map is set, and the contestants are ready. Feeling comfortable as always on his Bardock. This is quite the anticipated matchup because it is the rerun of the first, I believe, match of the tournament, or at least one of the round 1 battles. The team that knocked Felix and Newt down to the losers bracket in the first place was Team Piggy and Toad fans. And now, one of these guys, one of these teams of gladiators are making it in the grand finals, and the other team is getting eliminated. Right now, we can see Felix definitely exemplifying the idea of really careful play, choosing the best strategy of getting as much stamina burned from Bardock as possible before his Super Soul runs out. You can't expect to get very much advantage in health-wise because of the regen, but you can at least get him closer to getting broken. So far, it's just the same situation, same story as we've seen in previous matches. Xiao is just so desperate to pester and support his teammate that he is utterly ignoring Felix, which is just what he likes to see happen because that allows him to continually put on pressure damage-wise. Here we are, Felix not a scratch on him, Xiao K, very low health. Ow, I actually believe that is the result of a Super Soul that Newt is running that makes him incapable of really doing anything to fight Felix and his Bardock. Casual double P block on the consecutive energy blast. Man, that really just goes to show the effectiveness of, you know, Super Souls that impact locking on. due to just how significantly it has led to this 1v1 between Felix and Xiaoke to go so wrong. Both contestants have popped their health burst. But even if Xiaoke is able to get Mao Cao back up and they're able to take out Newt, they still have to deal with practically an entire health bar from Felix if they want to get a point on this board. I really liked what Felix did there. He tried to go for the V input of Double Sunday to see if he can catch them as they're getting thrown. Didn't seem to work out, but it was mostly just a cheeky thing to try out anyway. Wisely, Xiaoke burst dashes immediately to get out of the way. Xiaoke performing admirably in this 2v1, but at the end of the day, that's still a point for Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen in the game PS3. It gets harder to say every time. Time to undergo the next round of map banning. This will allow the team that previously lost, Team Piggy and Toad fans, to have access to a counter pick. And for those curious, the counter pick stages, the ones that aren't normally available in the first round, are Cell Games Arena, Destroyed Planet Dynamic, Supreme Kai's World, Mountains, Mountains Night, Destroyed Cell Games Arena, and the Open Field. Let's see what they pick. Wasteland. These are two teams who are just very confident in their picks. They are very happy to stick with them. And I'm interested that, we have, of the top three teams, two of them are pretty much dead set on their picks. But Jack and Kami, for like a lot of the tournament, they were just kind of switching out to whatever theme teams are best for them. And they're the ones in Grand Finals right now. So I guess, as long as you're able to be very strong in many characters, you ought to be able to find as much success in this kind of 2v2 format as if you're just ironed down, practiced in one particular team. That was an interesting relation to notice in this tournament. Xiaoke treading water right now. Trying to see if maybe he can at least get a little bit of extra damage out on Newt there, but there's just nothing he can do. He can't. The problem is that he's using up a lot of his stamina, even though he had his health regenerate Super Soul, and now that it's deactivated, well, he's in a similar situation as he was in the previous match. Just stuck taking tremendous amount of damage, having no stamina, and utterly devoid of resources. I would not be surprised at all if we see a Limit Burst coming out from Xiaoke pretty soon. That's just the power of these lock-on Super Souls. But also, it matters how you deal with it. Especially with Bardock, who has that, health regeneration at the start of the match. Could be enough to just, sit there and take it. Health Burst coming out from Xiaoke. Felix trying to nail in some dashing lights or dashing heavies that he can use to follow up, start a combo, or hit with a double Sunday. And now hidden out with a very safe, famous combo of the dashing H into backflip. But now it looks like this match is starting to be a little bit more even now. Felix using this instant rise to get out of the way of the EWC. Oh, but was able to catch Xiaoke, and now is able to just freely do this very nice and very rapid Ki Blast Cannon combo. It'll probably be enough to kill. Indeed it is. Just in time as Newt activates a health burst for his team. Oh my goodness, the double Sunday into the Godfist. And another Godfist to seal the deal. That's Team Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, the game PS3, going up in the set 2-0. Team Piggy and Toad fans are potentially staring the end of their tournament run in the face here. It'll all depend on how they choose to come back from this. That's despicable. Alright. Bar spawns are banned by Team Transformers. The contestants are discussing amongst themselves, I believe, trying to figure out which map are they going to use, which map will help them take back the point. Because that's really what the point of this map poll selection process is. It gives teams that are losing the chance to counterpick and choose a map that will be potentially helpful for them. But that's a really significant thing in the CAC tournaments, particularly because you can really fine-tune your the builds and the team dynamics that you want. In cast, it's a little bit tougher to say. But I guess it just matters if you're in a map that you're comfortable with. As Team Piggy and Toad fans have chosen Tournament of Power. Alright, Tournament of Power. Bardock, Gogeta, Boo, and Bardock. Will history change for our intrepid Majin Buu and Bardock players? This time Shao Kahn is happy to eat up the combo damage as much as he feels necessary. But man, even while his health regeneration is still going on, there's still a little bit of stamina usage coming out from him. He seems to recognize this, wants to be closer to the ground. He might be trying to set up for a grab so that he can get Felix away from him. A few rapid changes in targets. Newt's health is rapidly dropping now. Looks like Mao Tao's able to put on a tremendous amount of health pressure onto him. Felix is feeling pretty comfortable right now, but you know his very significant health advantage may come away if he's able to get a kill on Newt. Shao Kahn probably wants to help as much as he can, but no choice but to just kind of sit there, have his burst punished. One vanish left. That's been used. Oh, but is manages to get the clutch P block. Falls back down to the ground. Just in time for him to get another Vanish's worth of stamina out. And he has to use it immediately. This is a result of the tremendously strong back hit that Bardock has. He's able to get that hit confirmed. Both teams are a man down. Both teams have practically full health. We have a battle on our hands. Mao Tao lands an explosive, a super boo punch, and lands a flash revive onto his partner there. Felix tries to escape and attempt to get it onto Newt as well to get him back in the fight, but smelling blood in the water, Newt and Schalke are just absolutely going after him. They're able to get the revive off, but not before taking out almost the entirety of Felix's health bar. Victory is in sight. They just have to make sure they're able to make the most out of this. With the health burst active, the regeneration on Bardock with his health stat type is just tremendous. He's already about to get, yeah, practically a bar and a half of health. But more than enough to finish the job if Felix can just stay careful, get the hits in where he needs them. Oh, and Newt does a tremendous job at taking out the remainder of Maotao's health. By their powers combined, Team Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, the game, PS3. Advances to Grand Finals, Rio. Ladies and gentlemen, what a tourney, what a tourney. But it's not over yet. We still have one more set to decide the fate of the tag team Tenkaichi Budokai. It is time for Team Transformers to fight Team 420. Oh, Psyker, what a tournament we've had so far, am I right?
Hell yeah! Oh my goodness, this has been just a fantastic series so far. When Maoto actually got that shit, he was white bar. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they almost stopped Felix from rezzing too, but they unfortunately knocked him towards where Nuke was. That was so that was amazing, honestly. And just all the sets so far, to like huge shout outs to all the contestants. I've been seeing some great universe on this 2v2 tournament.
Could not agree more. It's definitely been quite something to watch over time. I was actually kind of curious in that previous match.
Which one?
The one that we've just had with Team Piggy and Friends versus Team Transformers. Can you tell me a little bit about the Super Souls that each of the contestants were running?
Of course. So Felix and Shao Kettle are both running You Better Survive, you got that, which gives healing for both themselves and their teammates for 30 seconds at the beginning of the match. We usually see that so in 1v1s, but it's actually stronger in 2v2s because it's also healing your teammate. On top of that, we have Newt running the Hey You, Ready For Me on the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, which at the 1 minute mark in the clock, so like 14 minutes left, or is it 30 seconds? Actually, it might be 30 seconds. It forces everyone to lock onto him. And Maotao is running, I believe, Blue E2, which is when the opponent's KO'd, he regains M health. So it's like I don't know the exact value, but it's a pretty substantial amount of health, especially since he's running, I believe, health type C. So that's a very good amount of health there.
Super Soul that Nuke was running was just so effective, especially in conjunction with what Felix is running as well. Just like that is such a battle to overcome as the opponent.
Yeah, I fought both of them, and just the fact that Felix is playing Bardock like a madman. Honestly, this is some of the best Bardock we've seen all year, and just getting the attention focused away from him. This is working really well in their favor. But yeah, just crazy outcomes all around. I'm still like, this is one of the things about 2v2 tournaments that we kind of can't possibly solve, but just not having the POV of whatever was happening to Newt, but
Oh yeah.
because it seemed like Maltao beat him by a landslide there. He was just pummeling him with the Fat Boo, and I think there was some incredible play happening there. But yeah, just some really good Xenoverse.
All that
Really
remains
enjoy.
now is the grand finals. Do you have any kind of predictions going into this?
Oh, this is tough because while Newt and Felix have seemingly settled on strategy, like they were having issues in winners bracket, and then they just settled on this one strategy, and they're such skilled players that it's just being enough. Um, Jack and most specifically Kami have great experience on 2v2s. Kami is just like he's so good at just playing defensive, helping his teammate, and just recognizing when to exploit the advantage of like the split attention. So Team Transformers has a huge challenge ahead of them, but I think oh man, it's tough. I think we could see a bracket reset, but I just don't know if Team Transformers has what it takes to come out on top. I just don't know. It, it's been just crazy fights nonstop, and but one thing I want to say is we've seen no quirky, no map based strategies from Team Transformers, so I could definitely see Team 420 just pulling out some clever strategies and just surprising them with more than just winning the 1v1s with split lock on. So I think the coin flip and the map decisions in the series, especially the counter picks after round one, will be tremendously important, and we're gonna see what comes out of it.
All right. And throughout this tournament, I think there's been little bit of discussion about the map picks and the whole map selection process in this cast, 2v2 tournament. Do you have anything to say about, the effectiveness of it and how much of an impact it has on these matches?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm very sorry.
If you could just describe kind of how you see the purpose and the effectiveness of our map selection process in this
Oh,
2v2 cast tournament.
yeah. Okay, so of course it's a lot less impactful than it is on cast tournaments, just off the fact that the CAC tournaments rather, because our cast characters don't have as many team-based skills, team-based setups that they can exploit. There's not many like we see mostly from my team really, but you see a few PyCon. I'm surprised we didn't see much of Gamma 1. We saw Gamma 1 from Team 420 earlier in the tournament. But these setups for lock consoles are pretty much all you have, and then all who get the Goku So Hey You Ready For Me. There's some interesting stuff. There's that Fu Wui 2 so that Mata was using that gives health to both him and his teammate, knocking down opponents, knocking out opponents rather. And that's kind of it. Me and Dango had a little strategy that we didn't quite get to execute on. That was a Mook with like Small Blue and or Mentor Hercule that surprisingly counts as a Mook. Just be a nuisance and like enable the Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. And if he goes down, that's a Mook revive. You can just Assault Vanish to them and Assault Vanish to stand to just be intangible, right?
Oh.
And you can immediately bring them back up because Mook regen or Mook res is just so much faster. But unfortunately, I was just having a really tough time as Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. I was facing off Felix. I was facing against, I believe it was Remy earlier on, who also gave me trouble on that strategy. So I just couldn't make it. I just couldn't have it work out that way. But so the way things are is just there's not as many um, cast strategies that are map dependent. There's the blue Kaioken stuff on far spawns, but that's pretty much it. So it's a bit less impactful than it is in CAC tournaments, but it's definitely something to be considered.
I see.
All right. Can move into. All right. So seems like Newt might be ready. So let's see. Let's um. Have we done all the coin flip stuff? We have not. All right. So heads, tail. Okay.
Let's get ready for grand finals. I knew you'd pull something like this. What they don't know is that I know Jack and Kami's playstyle so well, I'll be able to tell which is which, and I'll be able to relay that to you guys. Surely. All right. A TO decision from Psyker in light of these dudes. We're gonna. The whole trouble was we have a rule in the previous tournaments where you're not allowed to, and from it was because of another tournament where it was just impossible to tell who was who, and it was very annoying to deal with as a TO. We added a rule that made it so that you cannot have any name be your Steam name other than what the name you're entering as be. In this tournament, we did not include that rule, so yeah. But from a TO decision, putting the foot down, they can have whatever name they want as long as they aren't the same for this time. And next time will definitely be, for next 2v2 cast tournament, we'll absolutely be reintroducing the name rule. Well, just 1 second. It'll all be set up, and then we'll be ready to get into this match. Alright. Team 420, ban small and medium stages. I think we're ready. All right. Second verse, same as the first. It looks like the combination that these guys have settled on is JJK on Fu, Kami on the Bardock. If they have intentionally switched each other's characters, just in an attempt to confuse us, well, we'll see how that shakes out in the tournament. Opening up with what's attempting to be a Bardock ditto between Felix and Kami here, is occasionally getting disrupted by both of the contestants, utterly refusing to commit to just staying on one set of fights. Kami having to use a little bit of stamina to keep himself from taking too much damage here, but through it all, it's going to allow Felix to have a very nice stamina lead by the time that health regeneration runs out. And indeed it has. Looks like that Super Soul is activated for Felix, and in order to get away from it, Kami is just step vanishing like a madman, and it turns out to be pretty effective so far. Of course he gets grabbed, but he will be mostly free to get out of the way. Oh man, with an amazing burst dash, by the way, that takes him all the way across the map. Keeps Felix out of the fight for a good portion. I like what he's doing with double Sunday here. It's sort of like the closest that Bardock can get to a God Fist. It's not a grab type move, but it does allow him to have a very nice amount of single tick damage after things like burst dashes. Ooh, at the moment, a little bit of doubling up allows Jack to get some nice Ki Blast Cannon damage out on Felix, which at the drop of a hat, Kami's able to follow back up with. Very nice sharing of pressure between both of these guys, and not to mention the incredible movement that Kami was able to do in order to stay out of range while Felix's Super Soul, not Felix's, Newt Super Soul is activated. Felix attempts to repeatedly punish with Double Sunday. It's no good, but at least through it all, he's able to work down enough stamina in order to get a break off. Oh, but he can only do a grab, and is not able to get anything off of that combo. Nothing out of that punishment. Newt, low on health. Felix decides to pop his burst in order to give a little bit of support to both him and his teammate. On both of these guys with their health-focused stat presets, that's going to lead to some tremendous gains from the health regeneration. And of course, this is a best-of-5 set. If Team Transformers is able to win this set, they're still going to have to overcome Team 420 once more in a bracket reset. Let's see if that happens. But for now, it's looking like Felix is now the one with a bit of a health disadvantage compared to Kami. But through it all, you know, boost dashes from Kami are not that threatening to Felix. He knows that he does not have too much that can punish off of him, other than, I believe, Energy Wave combo. Ooh. Desperately, Kami attempted to go for a Flash Revive. I'm not sure if it worked out. Kami goes for the Super Ki Explosion, gets a little bit of block damage on Felix, and indeed that Flash Revive did work. And it might be enough to whittle down the remainder of Newt's health here, especially if Felix can't help him out in time. He gets a Flash Revive off, but at the cost of a tremendous amount of damage. We are at the stage of the match where both of these teams have ridiculously low amounts of health. Any single neutral interaction might win this. But then it'll have to be doubled up. Flash Revives are off the table. If you want to get any revive from this point on, it's going to have to be the hard way. Especially with how low these guys' health are. Felix is knocked out. Newt attempts to get sudden started. Felix lends his assist, which I believe is an attack up or some kind of a passive that he can throw out while still knocked out, but it is not enough. Team 420 takes the first point of the Grand Finals. At last, a chip has been found in the Team Transformers armor. Will they come back from this? Team 420 bans medium stages. Team Transformers are deciding on their map. Right. On this map, there is plenty of space for these guys to move around. It being a large stage, I believe, that should give the possibility of separating these teams by quite a large amount of space, which would make it difficult for them to help each other out. Oh, this time it's Felix who's using quite a bit of his stamina this early on in the match. He notices this, tries to correct himself, and is successfully able to get quite a bit of stamina back from the ground. Hey you ready for me? Newt's Super Soul has activated, forcing the lock on from Kami. Which means that now he has to engage in some serious evasive maneuvers in order to stay away from Felix. In the meantime, that gives Felix the opportunity to lay some assisted fire onto Jack. Both Bardocks in this match have quite a lot of health to work through. Meanwhile, it looks like both of their teammates are the ones that are at pretty low health amounts. If this comes down to a Bardock versus Bardock and the other teammates are knocked out, that could not mean anything good for Kami here. While he's broken, they attempt to get as much health damage as possible off onto Jack. Oh man, just a rapid switch up of teammates now. Newt has been defeated. He's got to hope that he can get the Flash Revive off in time before too much of his health is gone. Out pops the Health Burst. Ooh, but he is not in a good position right now. If he can get comboed again significantly, that might be it for Felix. We'll just have to see. So far, he's able to get a little bit of pressure off, and especially get some stamina back, which he knows is very valuable for him right now. Dashing H's to keep the health regen flowing as well. And now, this is a very comfortable situation for both of these contestants. Felix and Newt. Oh, he tries to go for a double Sunday, but it did not seem to register. He tries to shoot out a double Sunday from high on, or from below, but the angle is just a little bit too narrow for him to do so. Oh my goodness, the teamwork there. Newt punishes the approaching Kami with the God Fist. And with another little follow-up attack, Kami is knocked out. Health Burst comes out from Kami. Is this truly just them? The health of the mount is so close here. Oh, a Flash Revive successfully revives JJK. And the double Sunday is not enough to take out Kami. And at this point, Flash Revive for Felix is off the table. He's got to do this the hard way. And now we've entered a 2v1 situation. Desperately goes for the key explosion, but they see it coming. He only has one more evasive left in him. He uses it. Tries to go for some dashing age backflips. See what he can build up. He did get a couple bars of key from the exchanges. They're trying to batter him with basic key stuns. Disrespectful. Oh, but Felix gambles, tries to go for the super key explosion. But it is not helpful. He just goes away 3 bars of his key. He is one shot. Literally a lemon will do it. And so it does it. That is Team 420 leading this set 2-0. If they win one more match, that will be the end of the tag team Tenkaichi Budokai. However, these matches have been tremendously close so far, closer than I believe we've had in this tournament thus far. It is not the end of the story. It is time for Team 420 to ban another stage. I'm pretty sure he says floorless maps. JJK and Kami are officially so closely bonded, they're finishing each other's words. Team Transformers have to pick a map that's not floorless or medium size, and they choose Hell again. Could this be the end? Even with the tremendous advantage that that lock off, or that forced lock on soul that Newt has offers him. I mean, oh man. All it takes is the ability to adapt. Here we are, Game 3 of our Grand Finals of the Tag Team Tenkaichi Budokai. This time, it looks like Felix is wanting to switch gears and focus down Newt. Give himself the best chance of making sure that this job gets done right. Both Felix and Newt are rocking some nice health regeneration at the moment. Until now, the health, the Hey You, ready for me, Soul activates. Felix chooses to switch gears, gives a little bit of pestering over to Kami before turning his attention back on Jack. None of his double Sundays are hitting. Both of them know, okay, every time this guy knocks me away, it's time to evasive. Felix and Newt try to go for a tag team combo, but it does not seem to work out very well for them. Both go into pretty evasive maneuvers to make sure they aren't treated too harshly by that Super Soul, now that they both run out. It's nothing but these guys just going up against each other in this fearsome brawl. Uses the double Sunday to get Tommy off of his friend. Another grab deals a nice amount of damage. Supports again with that double Sunday. But it just sets him up to get comboed a little bit by JJK. And now this is quite a dangerous situation. Both of them at a pretty low amount of ki or stamina. Felix chooses to risk it by going for another double Sunday. He is rewarded, and is rewarded even further with a nice juggle combo to get him back a nice stamina advantage. That's not a sneaky strike. I believe that was a charged heavy. That was able to get JJK past Felix's block there. Or past his charged ki attack. Anyhow, the auto burst is auto health burst is coming out from Felix and Newt. Definitely helpful to keep him in the fight a little bit longer. It's gonna hurt not having that option later on though, because he still has quite a lot of health to work through before he's able to get JJK knocked out. Able to block Fu's strings, answer with a grab. Great opportunity. Every time he lands a grab, he thinks, okay, is this a chance for me to do another follow-up combo, or is this a chance for me to instead disengage and try to support my friend, pass to the enemy, the other enemy? At the moment, there seems to be a slight health disadvantage that Team Transformers has in comparison to Team 420. He tries to go for a grab, but not locked on to Fu. That would not have worked. The reverse burst dash breaks Felix's guard, knocks him out. Newt, nowhere near enough health to go for a flash revive. Doubled up, pounded upon, and otherwise manhandled. That is Team 420 taking this set 3-0. Oh my goodness. Oh, what an outlandish and otherwise eventful and very powerful performance from JJK and Kami. Absolutely wild, absolutely wild. Well, we might as well get Psyker in here one more time to get his closing thoughts on this tournament. Sorry to pull you out of there. Just wanted to get your thoughts as we apparently end off this tourney.
I gotta say it. Kami might be the single best 2v2 player to ever exist. That guy is just something else. But yeah, both of them, like, Felix was leveling up as that set went on. I think Felix was making some good decisions. He was punishing Jack and Kami severely, but unfortunately, just nearly not enough. And yeah, they got 3-0'd. This has been a fantastic tournament. I plan to host a lot more of these in the future. This is gonna be the last 2v2 tournament for the year, but come next season, I want to make them a more regular presence in our tournaments. And yeah, good stuff from Felix, good stuff from Kami. I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed good stuff from Jack as well. My mistake. I really enjoyed this tournament. Team 420, they deserved their win. They really popped off, and this was really good stuff. Congratulations to our champions.
We'll be sure to drop links in the chat to our Discord server if any of you guys are interested in future tournaments that we will have
Absolutely.
this year and the next season.
Yeah. We're in the final stretch for the year. Up next is, oh my god, sorry for that. We're in the final stretch for tournaments this year. There's only gonna be a few mixed tournaments coming up next. It's gonna be 1v1, all that good stuff. So keep an eye out. I plan to make an announcement for it very, very soon. And yeah, congratulations to Jack and Kami yet again. Really good stuff from them. And yeah, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching and for participating.
Hope you guys have a good end of your weekend. I'm gonna play a game.
Hell yeah.